And we're live.
Live. Day 2, AgileVentures Design Sprint. Day 2 is where we're gonna do some lightning demos and try to sketch out some solutions or sketch out something, and then kind of pick from those what we like.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Maybe that's tomorrow. But we'll do the sketching today. But
We do market research, right? And then lightning demos are the things we want to show, and then we do sketches.
yeah. But first, we have to, according to my, I'm going to share my screen. First, we got to pick up with the end of yesterday. The first, I think we'll need to review those how might we notes a little bit. Everybody probably got to take some time and look at them. And then everybody gets to vote. 2 votes. And then we pick, then Sam, you, with our input, I guess, pick what we're going to focus on, and then we move that to the map.
Right.
Or,
So I guess the thing, but where we left off yesterday is that you guys were sitting down with Sage, and you talked him through stuff. And have you added any additional notes that you came up with from talking to him into this setup?
I did, yeah.
yeah, I did too.
Okay, great. So that means I guess we're ready to go straight into voting now, and we should basically explain the voting process and set a timer for it.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to? You didn't look at Sage's interview?
I did not have a chance to watch Sage's thing. I think I'm just gonna have to rely on you guys having
about when he joined. What would have been better is I don't remember exactly, but I guess we got the notes in there.
Yeah.
He was saying that it's better that, like, as a project manager, he felt like teams didn't gel into teams.
Right.
Yeah, you wanted to get like teams of
people were running like 3 different projects. And he said maybe
So people were taking part in 3 different projects, and so they didn't gel as a team on a single project.
Yeah, and he was saying maybe there should be some kind of concept of like joining a team.
Right.
Where you're kind of saying like, I'm going to commit to this team for like 2 sprints or something. So there's some coherency or continuity.
Totally.
To what's going on.
Great. And so we've got post-it notes that reflect that somewhere in here.
Yeah, I think I put some in.
Great. Excellent ideas. Okay, so Matt, do you want to just remind us how the voting process takes and how long we're going to have for that?
Yeah, I guess we've got half an hour to complete the voting and picking, but I was thinking maybe it might take a little longer because the next part won't take as long as I think.
Well, that's, yeah. I mean, I think that let's focus on doing the voting first and get that out of the way, and then there's the picking. So, like, I think it's important that the voting, doesn't take too long, right? I guess.
Right. I mean, 20 minutes
for the voting
to review the board. Review the board and then vote. 15 minutes.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, give. Yeah, so, the idea is that we've got to review the goal, review the sprint questions. Yeah. Also, they say we should be voting in silence.
How do we mechanically vote?
Well, in the real world, we would have like dot stickers. So, of which it says that each person's supposed to have 2, and the decider is supposed to have 4. So, I mean, I think the way to make a dot vote is, if I create a circle over here,
okay,
this is
yeah, and then just put it over top of the ticket or the
Yeah, so we'll want that to make it the right circle there. If we just make that like a different color, and probably so that we don't get too confused, if what we can do, I'll take. I mean, Lokesh, are you? Do you think you'll be able to stay in the sprint all day today, or what's your availability?
Yeah, I'll be able to stay.
Okay, yeah. Well, let's. It's a shame that we missed you from parts of it yesterday. But I guess what we can do here. Look, we've got. So this is Matt, Michael, and Lokesh. That's yours, and then this is mine. So you can just save you copying and pasting anything. Just drag them over. They're a bit painful to drag because you might accidentally resize them. But yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds good. And we're going to do it in silence. So
right. And I imagine we can have like questions for clarification, but maybe just not. The idea is to avoid debate about the pros and cons of things.
Okay.
Would you say, Matt? Is that all right?
That sounds good.
All right, I'll set a timer for 15 minutes then.
And just like you said, we should be reviewing the goal and sprint questions also.
Yep.
And then and these.
And the diagram. Yeah. All right. The timer is ticking.
Should I change the color of these votes?
The color of the dots.
Yeah, so that we can
See who voted for.
see who.
I think the idea is that we don't, because we should be just like the vote is kind of anonymous, if you know what I mean. Like we shouldn't read a different thing into who's voted for what. If Lokesh, if you have those top two, and then Matt, and then Michael, I mean, you guys remember which your two are. I'd leave them as the same color myself. Yeah.
What does this mob means?
You mean here? That's, I think, like
Yeah.
mob programming. So we run weekly mob programming sessions for premium mob members and above, and that involves getting in a hangout like this with 2 or 3 or 4 other people and all doing programming on the same task together. And ticket we also that note there was about people come to the mob and they come for like 3 or 4 sessions, and then they maybe miss a week, and then they find it difficult to catch up and carry on and stay with us. So we're wondering, how do we have people sort of like, you know, stay involved in the mob programming for longer.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Project management, don't they? Right, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, we got like 5 minutes.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes. What timer? Under 4 now.
And just to clarify what I said, the anything with more than one dot moves to the map.
Well, there we go.
There we go. We got two things.
We've got two things. One thing I would just say, though, is what I don't know that we have done is although we organized all the tickets, I don't know if we removed duplicates.
Right. I'd say that only would matter if we have dots on things that are alike.
Right.
I thought maybe there's two things about incentivizing and compensating, but they are slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, I think, for example, here we've got one vote here for help developers understand the value of learning from real projects, and we've got another one, how might we ensure that developers understand how they will benefit from AgileVentures?
Yeah, I thought that was the same.
I think that's kind of the same Yeah, I don't know. Michael and Lokesh, what do you think? Do you think these are substantially different?
I voted for the first, the one with the one.
Yeah.
I think they're similar.
I guess that won't affect the vote very much, but you could move the dot to.
Well, what it would mean in some ways is, I mean, I think you know there's a smaller number of us than we might have in many sprint teams.
Who
And
else voted? Who else voted for?
It looks like Lokesh and I voted for
the other one.
Metal.
Well, I would be tempted to propose that if we said we could merge these, that would allow one person to potentially shift their vote and bring like at least one more ticket onto the yeah. At the moment we're gonna we've got only two elements.
My ticket.
Okay, you want to.
Anybody else object to that?
No. I think if you want to move your one,
yeah,
you want on this one, and so in principle you could take one of the other ones that got a single dot, and I think having at least three places that we identify on the map would be good.
Okay, give me a minute here.
Sure, take your time.
There.
Okay, better activate. Yeah.
So is that, or do we have the opportunity to consolidate any others? Or I'd say we probably do, but do we want to or not?
Well, I guess I would say that it feels like this one. Oh gosh, this one here is the answer to this better activating, although not.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, although, but yeah, there may be different ways that would be the thing that would activate people better. Maybe they don't need such detailed understanding; they just need to be excited by the framework or what have you.
Down the path or whatever, and
yeah. Yeah. Well, no. Let's move on. Go on.
Well,
they are related, and they suggest that
yeah.
we realize there's probably a problem there.
I think the thing to do is now let's take those three and see if I'm going to take this on how to make it clear what project opportunities exist in terms of languages and frameworks, and take that. And so, what's the point at which that seems to go here with searches? If I paste that in here, and I've been going around. The HMW is kind of, I think,
so cool how you can move things between the documents and Google Docs.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? I think Google Docs is working quite well for
a whiteboard.
Yeah. And what I can do here, I guess, is I can group these, and then so that can maybe just sort of sit there like that. So that's one. Let's now take this one. Let's better activate new members, and I guess that's the people they've got to getting started. They've signed up, but they're not into the flow up here. They maybe haven't attended the kickoff meeting so we can kind of drop that into, I would say, maybe here. Oops. So notice that the moving to my trackpad, moving it around the small way is a bit of a pain. And then what's our third one? This is ensuring that they understand the benefit. And I guess that we've got a chunk of learn about benefits of agile handholding there. It's kind of like here. Okay. So we've identified 3 areas.
I have a comment. One of our long-term goals was to be sustainable in income, and I'm just worried that we've covered everything else, but we don't have anything. And that's kind of spread amongst those 3. So, you know, it seems like we were voted for it, but how to get sustaining revenue, incentivize developers, and how to compensate experienced people are all have to do with money.
Sure, and we have money being generated at various points in this system.
Well, 2 of them are compensation. How do we compensate?
When you say 2 of them, you mean 2 of the things on?
Oh, incentivizing. Sorry, just 2 of them mean to incentivize or compensate.
Right. I mean,
developers or people.
Sure. I mean, the thing about these questions are, it's kind of.
You could argue that they're the same bigger question.
Well, I think like the how can we is like if there are enough people paying for services, then we can compensate. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of cart before the horse. So I feel like the question is not how can we compensate people. It's like, yeah, if we've got funds, we can compensate people. I mean, then there's a question about what should we be compensating them for? Should we compensate them for mentoring? Should we compensate them for project management? Should we?
Yeah, it's more like the system to compensate people, designing that. I guess that's not going to be the focus if we don't. Maybe you don't. Maybe that's too many focuses.
Yeah, well, it would seem to be strange to design an elaborate system for compensation unless you have some way of generating revenue. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So we could have a wonderful system for compensation that lots of people would say, wow, I'd love to be compensated like that. That sounds really fair. And they'd all kind of like turn up and say, right, let's be compensated in this way. But then there's no revenue coming in. I mean, the thing that concerns me is that, you know, we've got these 3 points. And so say that we had loads of developers the benefits. Woohoo! Fantastic. And they were able to find the projects that really worked for them, and we were able to like activate them and get them into this loop. None of that would necessarily generate revenue.
Right. That's my point.
Well, I think your point's different, but
okay. Well, that's part of my point.
But you're saying like, how do we compensate people? Well, I guess this one is like get sustaining revenue. So that one, are you connecting these 2? You connect these 2. So yeah, I mean, well, why don't we?
How do we generate revenue and compensate people? Yeah.
Why don't we? Right, but like I said, they're like 2 separate things. Like the how do we compensate them? Should we move this over here and take get sustaining revenue and put that on here? Sorry, I'm maybe splitting hairs there. It's just that how do we compensate people? It's the question is how do we generate revenue, right?
For the second half, and I disagree a little bit that if we can figure out how to compensate people properly, it'll lead to a system a better system that gets more developers to sign up. And it's not necessarily putting the cart before the horse, but
Indeed.
So
go on, Michael.
So I don't have the answer. I guess it's probably up to you, Sam, because you're the designer. So
I feel like we're going back and forth here, but
arguing. Maybe.
Well, I think the resolution, the difference, the splitting hairs, cup horse, forget it. What I've proposed is that in order to put something about getting sustaining revenue into the system, that we kind of agree that the votes on compensate experienced people and get sustaining revenue, that's kind of one thing. The sustaining revenue is going to be paid to the experienced people, right? In some shape or form. So let's consider that one thing, put that on the map here. We can call it get sustaining revenue. We can add in, if you want, notes about it being for people or what have you. But so I'm hoping to move beyond the debate to yes, let's bring in, I think we can perfectly reasonably have 4, notes in our map. And so now it comes down to choosing where in the map to focus. I'm proposing that and saying, what do you think as a resolution for your concern, Matt, that we didn't have anything mentioning revenue on the map?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just wanted one thing.
Yeah.
Like you said, we're going to focus on. It just gives you another choice to what. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So the model that we have right now, the business model, is a freemium model, which basically means, in practice, the way that model works is that the vast majority will never pay anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that to get increasing revenue, you have to figure out how to get more people to get those people that are willing to pay the premium, but without overburdening yourself on the free people in terms of cost.
Yeah.
So that's the basic economics of it.
Mm-hmm.
And to do that, for that model to work, you need people to be engaged.
Mm-hmm.
So my idea is that if we're losing 95% of the people at the outset, we're kind of fighting a losing battle. Where we're not going to have many people.
Mm-hmm. Interesting point. I'm just duplicating this revenue, the get sustaining revenue ticket, because there's 2 places where revenue can be generated. One is from the premium memberships, and the other is from paid projects.
Yeah.
And so I'm reading. I'll go on that.
You mentioned sponsorship that we don't have in there, but
yeah, and I think but I think it's not. We've already got quite a complicated map, and it follows the same approximate route, and we're starting to have more sponsorship, but it's smaller than the premium, more in gross numbers. Anyway, yeah. But so what I think the key thing that needs to happen next is the decider needs to choose one target customer and one target event on the map, and that's going to become the focus of the rest of the sprint. And my apologies to Michael. I think you're right that ultimately it's sort of supposed to be about me making the decision or the decider making the decision. There is an option for calling us like a straw poll if I can't make a decision and so on. But the idea is to make a decision and we move on. The thing that I'm thinking in response to what Michael said is, if we can't use the freemium model, lots of people coming in, if the majority are going away. The point is, at the moment, we have a freemium model. There's lots of people coming in, lots of them going away, but a non-trivial number of them are actually signing up and generating revenue. So it's kind of, I guess the conundrum is, do we focus on just having people stick around or existing sort of conversion process is efficient enough, or do we say actually there's enough people kind of coming through the system that we need to improve the efficiency of the conversion process?
I don't know. I think
it's kind of both. You can't do both.
You can go either way, but
you gotta go one.
I think at a certain point, you risk becoming. So basically, at a certain point, you risk, if you built your model on a freemium, like doing the conversion process like becomes increasing levels of like hard sell. And
Sure.
normally how businesses do it, like Coursera, is they can increasingly take things away.
Yeah.
Restrict, and that can like have a very it can basically destroy your community. Like you risk destroying your community if they feel like you're just worried about squeezing them for money.
Yeah, the thing that I'm thinking is, if we had the numbers of people coming in and really understanding the process and then committing to projects, that would make the framework more attractive for people, like for clients like Sage, because they would say, yeah, actually there's still this danger that, you know, we do all this work to make people get in and understand and enjoy the process, but then they, you know, we're still not generating any revenue from it. But yeah, I think it's making me feel like that this one is where we should focus on.
Maybe. I mean, there is the potential, like we're not saying like this is the only design sprint ever, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I think we do this one and we have a go.
Come back.
Yeah.
And then 2 or 3 months from now, see how it works. And
yeah, and focus on a different part of the thing. It does seem to me that I think I'm going to choose this one because partly through the process of doing this is like this map of how it's supposed to work and how developers are supposed to get value is, I feel it's quite clear in my mind, but I'm fairly sure it's really, really, really unclear for the majority of people that are coming into AgileVentures. And it doesn't mean that this way of, even if we can get it clear how it is a benefit, doesn't mean everybody will want to go for it. But I think, you know, this would be, you know, it relates to this. It's kind of about the onboarding. I think it kind of slips into the getting started steps at the end of it. But it's like, you know, you've come to AgileVentures, you saw something about learning to code or open source or supporting charities or what have you, and you arrive at AgileVentures, and it's now up to us to try and show you this different model that we're doing. I'm reminded of what Greg said of like, oh, okay, yeah, this is a totally, you know, like it's kind of somewhat clear to us who are involved in it. But yeah, and unless we can kind of communicate the value proposition, it's always going to be an uphill struggle.
Yeah.
And I think if people are ultimately believing that they're getting value from something, then that's when they feel in the mood to say, yeah, this is worth, you know, contributing to. Then sustaining revenue. So we need to move on. We're kind of behind now a little bit.
Well, I think we did 45 minutes, which was right, which what I said to.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm just saying that you have like 30 minutes down in the day 2 checklist. But
yeah, but then I said 45 is.
Oh, cool. Yeah, well, we should just, shall we, do people want a quick break there before we go into lightning demos?
Yeah.
Matt, do you just want to talk us through how this next thing works? Because I think it requires a little bit of preparation from each person.
Yeah, let me just refer to the book real quick. So lightning demos are pretty informal. We're just gonna, first everybody comes up with a list of things that they want to show and review. Could be anything like probably websites or things like that, products. Then one at a time, each person gives a 3-minute tour. And as they do it, we capture, you know, what the important points about the demo is.
Right, and maybe we want to do that in a shared space. Like,
in a shared space, yeah, and we'll probably that day 2, sorry. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll get 10 to 20 ideas from this
Yeah.
that we can incorporate later.
And the idea is we each have a couple of things that we show. We spend 3 minutes per demo, so each person's spending 6 minutes showing their like 2 things, and then we make lots of individual. Anyone can make any sort of sketches. I think it's good to look at. There's an example on page. Oh, I can't even say the pages, but in the book, it just has a picture.
100? No, sorry. That's wrong. Yeah, around 100.
Yeah, here we go. It's this one. So the idea is that the demo notes we have little sketches that are like the name of the thing, and then like a little sketch of how it would look in terms of the interface. Cool. Whew. All right. Well,
so think about that a little bit, but they said it's okay if we just think about the list on,
Now, yeah. So we can let's have a break. We can think about what we want to show. I guess how do people feel about the decision?
We got to focus somewhere, so it seems good to me.
Yeah, this is the commitment. The rest of the week we'll focus on this.
Okay.
So if people are deeply unhappy with that, then that's unfortunate. I guess part of the whole idea here is that the process, gets us to a point where we believe that's the place to focus. So
I know Patrick might want us to focus on like developing core teams, but he's not in the sprint, so.
yeah, well, and I think that the interesting thing is that from all of the input that we've had I love Sage's idea of saying like have people commit to experiment. I think that relates to Pat's idea, which is like having people, take part in the team, understand for a team. I think there's actually if we can construct something that articulates the benefit, it'll actually include those ideas. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's in some ways what the experiment's going to be about is like how can we best communicate those ideas. There's then like how can we build scaffolding and software and everything to like make sure that those ideas come to pass. That's further and future challenges. But the first one being how can we articulate that these are the ways that you can get benefits, and so maybe they will ultimately be happy as well. But yeah, so you want to call a 5-minute break, Matt?
Yeah, 5 minutes from now. That's
and
great.
then we'll get into the good stuff, guys.
Okay.
Speak to you in 5.
only got like 5 minutes because we're doing this design thing. So I was just gonna say I only got 5 minutes. Yeah, that was fun. Oh yeah. I'll turn the AC on in a little bit because it's gonna be real hot again. It feels like it's gonna be. Yeah, it's already 77. It's already hotter outside than inside. Okay. Yeah. Oh, this was easy. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, it was good. Center's party. Yeah, they love them. Ross watched the different movies. Yeah, I forget what he wants. Yeah. No, I didn't get back till that was a great jump. Can't play golf, but I just but right in the water. So I've had place for years. Right on the water and walking the thing for east about 95 miles. So on the water, pretty old, like a little village. Marble, like small. Yeah, that was fine. It's like an echo, like an echo. They have a little beach too, a little beach. So it's really nice. And I've had, a deck and a sunroom. Small, but I didn't know. I didn't remember or something. That's almost happening. Did it do that for some? Hey, Dad. Yeah, I gotta get back in like 2 minutes. We're doing this design thing. There's a couple things. Oh yeah. No, go ahead. I can't remember. So let's just see what you're doing today. Because I'm gonna be doing this till like 1:30, so maybe that's too late. Nah. Okay. I heard back from Josh that it was like the managing support team. And I got two more new things. More, I think they're putting that on an AgileVentures employee or, working for them. Have people interested again. Because now I'm kind of wondering. Okay. There's one more thing. There's also some stuff that I haven't done. That ridiculous staffing. Yeah. Oh, it's so stupid. It's just a profit out of the price. It's like a dictator. Well, okay, good. Yeah. Okay. Bye. Okay, sorry, took a little longer.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, is everybody back? Yeah.
Sam, we don't hear you.
He's muted.
Still muted.
Still muted.
Sorry. I mean,
Okay.
getting a bit of echo. Or maybe just reload the Hangout.
Does that cut the recording when he does that?
Okay. Lokesh, you there?
Did that
Yeah.
cut the recording, Sam, when you did that?
Nope.
Oh, it doesn't?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that worked that way.
It stays recording for 5 minutes. If you leave, if the person who started the broadcast is absent for longer than 5 minutes, the broadcast ends. However, if you return within that 5 minutes, the broadcast continues.
Smart.
It's interesting.
Okay.
So the next step, let's figure out how much time we need to do lightning demos. It's quite a bit of time, actually. 2 hours we got on the schedule.
Right, but they're designed around. They recommend a sprint team of size 7, and we've got 4 of us. Should we put an hour on the clock? And
Sounds
like,
good to me.
yeah, and that will give us.
So
Go on, Michael.
we're supposed to look at how other companies convey their value proposition.
I think we're like if you look at a great solutions from a range of companies. I don't think it has to be necessarily about how they convey their value proposition. It certainly can be. You know, it's kind of anything that relates. You know, this like stuff like design that you like. I don't know. What do you think, Matt? Am I getting it wrong?
Yeah, I think it can be anything because, like, one example was how does Google add notes to their calendar or something or documents?
So it was add notes to their spreadsheet, and that was in the context of the diagnosing cancer clinicians thing. And they would then, I think they had in their sprints, they had said, right, let's focus on trying to make it easier for the clinicians to match patients with doctors or whatever it was. And so then they were looking at all the ranges of different kinds of data management stuff that would help them with that.
Oh, okay. So it should relate to the.
I guess there's, I mean, like, yeah, I think people are free to do what to show what they want, but I guess, you know, it's like we are now in this thing where our goal is that we want to ensure that developers understand the benefits they get from AgileVentures. So, and they also say it could be like stuff, it could be just like showing stuff that we're already doing and why it's not working maybe, or just like stuff that we're doing that is working. They say both look in completely different fields. Like it could be like, how does a coffee company convey the benefits of what they do? It could be, you know, how are we doing it at the moment? Or, you know, how do toys get presented, or who knows?
So how many are we supposed to have?
I'd say let's have 2 each to start with and then go from there.
Yeah.
So we're working for an hour to find the best, whatever we want to present to the group.
No, I think the idea is that we like quickly within 5 minutes or so have a couple of things, and then we start presenting them, and then as we present them, we're sketching ideas on the basis of them.
Okay.
So maybe it helps if, I mean, I was just going to put in here, like this is kind of our whiteboard space, right? I was going to, like, the things that I was going to show, there's an app called Headspace, and there's an Agile video that I thinking that I was going to, and I was thinking that those might be my 2 for the moment. And yeah, I guess yeah, should we? But I mean, I need to prepare those things. Do we need? Yeah, do we need a specific amount of time to get our what we want to present ready, and then we start doing the presenting?
Yeah, we're supposed to work on this list first, so everybody should put in here.
Yeah.
And if it takes, if they can't think of it, they could put it in while you're demoing, I guess. But
Yeah, I mean, we've got like an hour and a half according to the schedule.
Yeah.
Is Michael, how long do you think you would need to find a couple of examples that you would be wanting to share?
I guess, where's this doc at? Send me the doc.
This is the day 2 doc that I'm currently sharing that Matt earlier shared
Yeah.
in the
Okay.
design sprint thing. I'll DM it to you in Slack.
I'll just try to find something. I mean, it's not going to be.
Sure. We could easily leave half an hour for us all to be doing.
No, I mean, we don't need that much time, I guess.
But I guess I said, let's. Should we? I mean, as I say, I need some time to prepare these things. I think we all do, to like pull up the bits of the interface or what have you that we want to show. So should we have like 10 minutes preparation time, and then we'll start the demos?
well, so if you want, I was going to say I think it's okay if people just take a second to bring up what they want, right? Give people 4 minutes.
Okay, well let's. I'll start the timer for 5 minutes, and we'll start doing the demos in 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. If people have to bring it up at the beginning of their demo, that's fine too. They know.
Absolutely. Coffee. God, that drinking problem.
Oh, really, looks like we're out of time. Just gonna go grab my coffee. 2 seconds.
Do people hear the timer beep when it goes?
I don't think I did.
Have you? On my side, it kind of pops up with a timer and it goes beep 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 beep. There's like a.
I think I heard something like very lightly.
Oh, okay, so it's maybe just coming in like sound leakage through my headphones as if the system noise comes through. That's interesting. So did somebody hear another voice then? I'm just practicing playing a video.
No.
No, okay. You don't hear the. Okay, so system, interesting. The system audio not great. I guess if I unplug my. If I go on to anyway, there we go. So are we? I guess we're ready.
Yeah. Let's see. One at a time. Each people gives a tour, showing what's cool about their thing.
Right.
So what are we? How are we supposed to? Where are we going to take the notes? And what are they? They're just supposed to be like sketches, right?
Yeah, and I think we could be. You know, if you've got paper and pen locally, like feel free to do that. So I mean, this is the kind of little sketches. Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, we can do
time at the end.
I'm sorry, Matt.
I'm sorry. Some time at the end to transfer our sketches.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've got a scanner with me here, and we can, just take photos and things. I was going to say the other thing we can do is we can insert drawings into. You can do like an insert drawing, and like this. There's also things like balsamic and what have you. So this then becomes a drawing which I can kind of edit like so. So I think, given that people are going to be presenting and we're just going to be kind of coming up with ideas, use whatever mechanism is most comfortable for you. I will probably put mine straight into here. See what works for you.
Okay.
Shall we set a timer for an hour, Matt, just to keep us, okay.
So within that hour, what are we accomplishing?
Well, I think we will want to have presented all of the demos, and we will have wanted to have got all of the all of these these kind of interface sketch ideas or communication ideas together. And so if people will be sketching throughout, maybe there'll be time for like, oh yeah, I wanted to show you this thing at the end. But the idea is, I guess, where I would love to be myself is at the end of the hour where we had something like this, right? And that might involve a few people like photoing or scanning their sketches locally and pulling them into the document. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's going to take us a little while to do the sketching. So why don't we limit the try to limit lightning demos to half an hour? And
well, I think the idea is that you're supposed to be doing the sketching while the demos are taking place and in between the demos.
Transferring them, scanning and transferring.
Well, scanning and transferring, that can happen afterwards. But
okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah, but so we're going to be doing the sketching. This is like, there's another big load of sketching that comes after where we actually kind of design product interface or whatever. This is supposed to be like quick sketches just of little design ideas, right?
Okay, so that's fine. Or we could put 45 minutes and then 15 minutes to do the transferring.
Sure, let's do 45.
45 and then 15 minutes to transfer everything to.
Yeah. Of course, for those of us who have just put the stuff directly into the document here with Google, that won't be necessary. But yes. let's get started with 45 for doing the demos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So 45 minutes. Shall I start here?
Sure.
All right. So, yeah, the first one I was going to present is this app called Headspace.
I'll watch the clock because they're recommending that you dump like 4 or 5 minutes at the most.
Sure. I think that so this Headspace app is like a meditation app, and you can download it for free, and then you get like there's 10 meditation sessions on it, and it kind of I you know, the whole interface is really friendly and nice and fresh. There are then, once you sign up for the kind of premium, there are you know, all these different kinds of meditation packs. They have this timeline. This is the best example I could sort of find of it, of, you know, you do this one, and then you do this one, and then you do this one. Like when you go into these are like 10, this is the free, take 10. When you click on that, you press on that and go in, that's like another 10 in a row, and there's a very clear sense of progress, you know, of where you're going through. And I think, yeah, so it's a mobile app, but I think the sense of where you are in the you know, progress towards some goal of having sort of completed these packs is great. And they also have I think really nice videos, which I wonder if we can just bring up off here, which I guess you won't. You guys can't hear this?
No.
No, but if you go to this page, you can click it and watch it. And they just, I guess the other thing, what I can just do here, maybe, if I unplug this, let's try that. I guess I can't even hear it now. But, so oh, what problem that was about, come on. Go on. No, it's just, I don't know, for some reason, I have the tab muted, hold on.
You'll get access to hundreds of hours of original Headspace content, including guided and unguided exercises from 2 minutes to an hour.
You can hear this, right?
That's a whole lot of mindfulness.
Yes.
If there's a particular area you'd like to focus on, whether that's health, performance, or relationships, we've got you covered with our special series collections. Or, if you prefer, you can dip in and out with our Headspace singles. They're great for one-off meditations or learning how to apply mindfulness to everyday activities.
Anyway, you get the idea. They have a nice friendly animation that tries to take you through what the app offers you, what benefits it offers, and so on and so forth. So do feel free to watch that. Yeah, so I think that spent...
That's 4 minutes.
Yeah, so that's my first one, and link to that in the thing. My second one, if we need to leave time for sketching based on that one. Do we need to leave time for sketching based on that?
People should have been sketching while you were talking.
Sure. Although, yeah, they may have been funny. So I'll move on. Yeah, the that I was going to present was this Agile Products Ownership in a Nutshell, which is a video that we have kind of embedded in one of our intro documents. I've got this just part of the way through. I guess if I...
The product owner also decides the sequencing. What do we build now? What do we build later? And how long does this list actually need to be? That is a hard job. So Pat doesn't do it alone. She does it in collaboration with the team and the stakeholders. To be able to prioritize, the product owner must have some idea of the value of each story, as well as the size. Some stories are critically important, and others are just bonus features. Some stories take just a few hours to build, and others take months. Now, guess what the correlation is between...
So, I mean, this is a longer video. It's 15 minutes. It's explaining, like, Agile product ownership, and it, you know, it kind of goes around drawing from scratch. I just jumped. It starts, you know, introducing the people, you know, gradually puts together, you know, how this all works, introduces various Agile concepts, and kind of, you know, it's sort of a sales pitch for, like, you know, this is why Agile product ownership works, and it's a process and why it's manageable for the developers here, and how the stakeholders are happy, and this, that, and the other. And so I think it's I found it quite comprehensible. Others have said positive things about it. I think it's not a panacea. Like, we show this to people, they don't necessarily immediately understand how that works in the context of AgileVentures or in an online thing. But I kind of like imagine like a version of this, but dedicated to how it would work for AgileVentures, would be potentially very, very powerful in terms of getting people to understand like how they're going to derive benefit and value from the whole process.
Great. That was 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm done.
Perfect.
So, Matt.
Okay. We'll just get ready. Okay, if somebody can time me, just look at their clock. It's like 19 after, 20 after.
Yeah, I've got this timer counting down on my thing so we can see.
Yeah, I didn't. Mostly I wanted to show the getting started for Free Code Camp. As I was looking at the headspace, I kind of liked it better. But here, it's got this side slider that's nice, and some sort of checklist, which I know is kind of standard for a to-do list. But I think groupings, the way it groups it is kind of nice. And the way also it links sometimes to videos. It's got time estimates. So those are some features I liked about this. And of course, it shows you, as long as you're logged in, it shows you what you've done, what you haven't done. So I can just click on something I haven't done. And then usually I think it keeps track automatically, if you've done it, but here it's probably on the finish challenge button. So here it's not even letting me finish this challenge until I do.
You got to open the link and then you tab, yeah.
Yeah. So it's got some nice little features to it. I think that's all I wanted to show about. Let me just think for a second. Yeah. I think that was like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think you got. I mean, and all of those links, everything in there, you can just jump into. Like if you click like target elements by ID using jQuery or whatever, like it jumps into the actual. Right, here is the task that we want you to do. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, pretty nice. Okay, so that's my first one. Second one is I don't even know if this applies, but I was thinking somehow I've always wanted to get this Eisenhower matrix into an app because one app it has it is Covey Plan Plus, which I used to use, and I just thought it was great the way I think they call it A B C D. You prioritize things, so it could be like the tasks that somebody does and get started are prioritized. It could be just setting up projects, or I know it's not part of the agile process, but
That's cool. Yeah, planning and making decisions. Yeah, very important.
I think it's great. I think does everybody understand this? You just you group what decisions need to be made, whether or not it's urgent and important, urgent, not important. Sorry, first you look at urgent and important, then you look at not urgent but important. So those are your two main things you're looking at. Then you look at urgent, not important, and finally, not urgent, not important. If the task goes in here, just don't do it. probably, or leave it in there. So, this, I'm not
It's
sure.
applicable to anything that has two variables, right, that are binary.
What's that?
It's applicable to anything where there's like two categories and they're each binary. So there's
Yeah.
like two possible outcomes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically, this is the urgent and
It's a
Or-
decision. It's a decision making matrix or whatever.
I guess Eisenhower, like, you invented this when he was in the White House, and it's been co-opted for a lot of things.
Cool.
Okay, I
Thanks,
think
Matt.
these are pretty short demos, but I think that's all I wanted to.
I think that's just about the right amount of time. Yeah. Is Lokesh next? You
Yeah.
want to share your screen, Lokesh, and show us?
Okay. Uh, I guess we have to show some solutions of the problems we discussed, right?
Yes and no. Show us some stuff that you like. Don't worry too much about what it is.
Okay. Okay. So I really like the idea that Mozilla has their program like Mozilla Student Ambassador, which spreads the idea like how Mozilla is a non-profit organization, and how contributing to Mozilla is a good thing for the society. So they really tell you like the idea like if you go and contribute in a big firm like Google or Facebook, so you are not basically contributing to the society because uh, Facebook is like a social network, so it is doing much. But if you contribute to like things like Mozilla, you are doing great things because it is open source.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
And do they have?
So,
do they just have text describing what it is, or do they have? Where do you find out that it's? Is that you find that out from just the text, or do they have like a video?
no, they actually have a network in colleges, and there are people who just do it they do the promotion, and they do it on their own. They're not funded. They like do it for free.
Okay, right, and so okay, individual people will just present it, and like some of them might come and just give a talk in a lecture, or people might send out an email, or it's up to them how they do it.
So if you join
Yeah.
and do something, do you get like special recognition or anything, or?
No, not. Yeah, actually, they make you a student ambassador.
That's a nice thing.
That's lovely.
And they have your name on their website.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, that's good.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And the second thing is about Stack Overflow. So I've seen that very great developers here spend their time and they do it for free. If you have like any very difficult question, you can go here and get the solution for free.
Right.
So I am wondering why are these developers spending their time here? So I think the reason is because they have done some great things, like they have given points to the developers which are contributing the most, and they give badges to these users. They also give special privileges, like you can close a question, comment, or other things. So maybe we can do something similar, like giving points to the users, how much they are contributing. And similarly, I want to show the example of GitHub. They have a very nice feature that helps you show to us that how much, how greatly contributing to the open source world. They also have, you know, a graph. They also have, you know, the list of contributors in the insights thing. So that really, I think, the contributor feels a sense of pride, and they are more motivated to learn and contribute. So that's basically my demo.
That's excellent, Lokesh. There's 3 fantastic examples. Wonderful.
All right. So, Michael, you ready?
You're muted, Michael, if you're trying to tell us something.
Oh, sorry. I was just finishing up the drawing. So, share my screen. Let's see. Yeah, so I wanted to show our site. So here's our site, and I'm not logged in. So we come to our site. We have this button that says "Get started now to begin coding on real projects," and then I click through it, and I'm kind of hit with this sign up, right? So I'm not really told what the value is, and then I have to go to getting started, where I'm kind of hit with just a bunch of like text on instructions. Do this, do that. I mean, to be fair, like for instance, you know, we instruct them, have a closer look at your chosen project's documentation. This way you'll get an idea what the priority for the project is and what features need to be implemented the most. So there is some reasoning for why you're doing these things, but it's not really explained like the, I guess, the highest level purpose behind like why you're doing, why you want to do these things. Right. So the other thing is you have to go to premium, and then we have a link to the free plan, which kind of explains what you're supposedly signing up for free, which has bullet points of everything. And then it goes and explains kind of what these things are. So it says, oh, you join hundreds of other developers, etc. You know, you can come into meetings, and then, you know, we say we're open source, we're open develop, charitable objective. So there's like a, I think this is hard to find, is what I'm getting at, per se. And if we're trying to sell that, that's probably not a good idea. So, and then my other second site, so I guess that was long enough for the first one.
Yeah, that was 4 minutes. That's good.
Second site is Amazon, which I use a lot. So it's kind of unfair, my comparison, because if you go to like their sign-in, it's very similar to ours. Or their, I mean, where is it? New customers start here.
Right, and they ask you to create an account without
explaining like why you would care, right? But then again, they're Amazon, so
almost everybody knows what their value proposition is.
They can get away with that. But if you want to talk about something where they're really trying to sell it like Prime, oh, then it's like so much different. like there's a highlight of like the biggest benefit. Like this is why I got it.
Right.
Free shipping.
How did you navigate? Sorry, how did you navigate to that? How did you end up on that page there?
Try Prime.
Oh, okay, so that was from clicking on Try Prime, and their first thing is telling you the key benefit of.
Like this is the biggest selling benefit, right?
Right.
And then it kind of lists below it some of the other, and they have a picture of that benefit.
Right.
Oh, this woman's getting her happy little things.
Yeah.
And then it says, oh, you get, movies and TV shows. It's kind of like Netflix, if you know that. Add free music. You get some Kindle stuff for free.
Mm-hmm.
So these are all kind of subsidiary things. And then they tell you, oh, this is your price. And then this is a whole list of like additional things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like Twitch Prime, like I use that. But like nobody, these are just like add on.
Yeah, well, what they've got is like for the person who's like, and if there's this, I guess there's a kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna scroll down, and as people are thinking,
yeah,
they may absentmindedly read the other stuff and then come back up and come back to it. It's more there.
And there's a lot of photos,
yeah,
kind of showing you happy scenes, like, oh, you're listening to our music while you drink coffee and eat a donut.
Right.
So it's just like much more put together, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess that's my.
That's great.
Although I guess I took it literal. I took it more literally than a lot of people did, because like when I looked at where other people were, like Amazon was trying to sell something. So.
No, I think it's good. I think people each came at it from a slightly different place, and that's that's what we want: variety of different ideas.
Oh, great! So we've got 25 minutes. Well, we'll say 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes. I need that much time just to get my diagrams into the document.
Yeah. I kind of, after talking about doing a document, I've ended up doing it on a piece of paper here. So yeah. Well, then, should we? I guess, was there anything that anybody, as a result of having done this, oh no, I must show this other thing, or any other concerns or worries?
No.
If not, then I guess we've got 20 minutes to get all of the sketches into the document.
Well, yeah, I just did it in drawing.
Yeah, in the document. Yeah, so you could go in and polish them and give them each name, but I think also give them each names. That was the other thing. If we
like a name at the top, and then this seems like they do the source at the bottom.
I kind of did that.
That's all done already, is it?
Yeah, and you can take a break.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess, and the idea of just of having these are raw material components that we may or may not put into like the things that we sketch going forward.
Right. And then the second part of this, we do something like we each kind of sketch.
Yes. And there's this, so we kind of, we've got this option, like we would all be sketching the same part of the map, or we could maybe like be sketching different parts of it if the thing that we've selected consists of many steps. And then you can see sort of here, like, we've got to be re-looking at everything, notes, rough ideas, and they've got this specific way for us kind of all to be sketching together in silence. in a way for us to generate multiple prototypes, and I guess each come up with a kind of storyboard of, you know, like sequence of the experience that the user would go through in order to achieve our goal, which I guess is becoming like them understanding what the benefits of AgileVentures is. This key idea really like work alone together. And then ultimately that's kind of like the idea is that as well that we don't say whose is which. Like we would all sketch these things and we don't even look at each other's today, but starting tomorrow morning we would like all be reviewing all of them and leaving like comments and notes on them before people start presenting them. So yeah, we can come to that. It's the Google Docs make it difficult to be anonymous because it's got the version control. So one of the things that got me a little bit kind of confused is I had been imagining that we would put all of the notes into this area below demo notes, and that would leave us with the, you know, a single place with the list of what people had presented. We've now got kind of a mixture of people, the things they presented, and the images. Would people object if I, for example, like adjust it so that these things that we demoed become the list at the top, and then we just have the sketches all together as one thing, like this?
No.
All right, I'm going to do that then.
Yeah, go ahead and fix that up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's one that's like it's got really. Sorry, I'll carry on like grabbing people's chunks of.
I guess we can all use that same format that Michael used. First the source, and then the description, like headspace progression.
We can. The way that they're presenting it, I think we should probably try and get the title to be like the style of thing that it is.
Okay.
Rather than and then like the source of it is perhaps less important. That's why they've got it at the bottom in their diagram.
Oh, okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like they're going here and they're trying to, I guess, put like like they've got alert settings. Like the fact that comes from an airline is less important than this is a kind of interface component that we could use.
Yeah, okay, so that's optional maybe.
I think we want to split out what the source is from what's this technique that we could be using. Right.
All right, I'm editing. Looks like you're editing mine too.
Yeah, we're both in there. We're collaboratively editing it.
Animated video of a process.
Yeah,
That's-
that was. It's not like that. It's a sales. The key thing is that it's. I think that it's a video. There's an animation. At least that's the way I was seeing it. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't be editing yours there.
I mean, we could be, you know, using just an image or something on the website.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, my part. I'll create something else to indicate that's a. Yeah, maybe shall I? I'll change that back to what you were using, like sales picture, and I'll create my own one for.
Well, I did sales pitch. It was like,
Yeah. But I'll convert it back and go and create my own one.
noticing that we're potentially really ahead of the schedule right now.
we're lucky, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna be like almost an hour ahead.
This one's
Really?
an hour and a half. Yeah, it's saying 10:30 Eastern Daylight Time, and in 12 minutes it's going to be 9. It's like the next step, divide or swarm.
I think that's after a lunch break. I mean, we may need to check the timings on these things. So the timer went there. I probably need a few more minutes to get things in. How are we all doing?
Almost done. Mine.
You can like fiddle with these all day.
Yeah, it makes it easy to replicate. It makes it easy to replicate things, but it's definitely. I was definitely able to sketch things much faster on my. Like I just had a piece of paper here.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, and I just came up with things like that, and it was they're just as good in some ways.
I got the wrong thing.
But since we're ahead of time,
Yeah, I guess I'm okay.
yeah, I think as long as we're getting. Ooh, cyan. That's not a good color.
Just reading what's next, and maybe I can talk about it while people are still working.
I'm pretty much done, I think.
How are the other guys doing?
I'm done.
Oh, okay.
I'm done.
Oh, great. The next step is so I guess we're done with these. Is everybody happy with what they did, or?
We've got some materials.
Looks good to me.
I think that's there to serve as inspiration for us going forward.
Yeah.
And as Michael said, I think we're 25 minutes ahead of the schedule.
Yeah, so I'm thinking we should do a little thing next, and then they're recommending we break. But it's the thing next is divide or swarm. So maybe we could talk about how we're going to approach dividing up or swarming on the sketching. They say if it's a small thing we're looking at, we should swarm on it. But if there's a lot to it, we should divide up and everybody do sketching on their own.
Well, I think either way, everybody will do sketching on their own.
Yeah.
It's a question of which things they will sketch on. I think this diagram makes it kind of. This was an example from the book for the coffee shop, and so they ended up. It seems like that they focused on choosing the coffee beans that you wanted was their key thing, but then for the interface they wanted to design, they kind of wanted to have, like, I guess the landing page, that choosing bean interaction, and the final kind of buy interaction. And they wanted to have, I guess all three of those things. And so you can see then the names that they've put. This is from the people on their team. A lot of people actually, but and so they had, I guess, these three people like sketching the general layout of the website, these five sketching the interface for how the beans could be chosen, and then these two on the buy. Does that match with what you were understanding, Matt?
Yeah. So we can look at our map and decide what part of it we want to do and who's going to do which parts, I guess.
And so we could interpret that as, I mean, we kind of, the one that we've gone for being this post-it note here is we're imagining this developer, having heard about AV through some mechanism, the podcast, Google ad, what have you. I assume that they will be learning about the benefits of Agile and being guided through the initial steps in our website. And so it's sort of the thing how our website will do that.
Right.
And that sounds like that could be just one thing. It could be made like if we said like, and then it's like, what does the actual sign up for premium look like, and the actual interface for finding a project and so on. That seems to be slightly out of scope for what we decided to do. Like,
but
it makes me
part of learning, or at least finding out what project they want.
Right. Well, I think there's very much that it it leads on to that. There's like this process of saying like, here are the benefits that you get. Now get started. Find your project, right? And that's then a very clear next step that we want to lead them onto. And so we could like divide up with like, let's say just me doing this one and Matt, you doing this one, and then Michael doing these things. But based on the decision, I thought we were kind of going to focus on this somewhat to the exclusion of these other potential foci.
Yeah, I think so. I think also we only have 4 people, so
Right.
if we all focus on a different one, there won't be like any alternatives to choose from.
Yeah, I think that one of the key things is about having a multiple approaches to the same thing. So it seems like the sensible approach is for us all to focus on this, you know.
Yeah, okay, but
Go on.
I think there's a little bit of leeway for people to include some of the like getting started stuff, maybe.
Totally. Yeah, I think this, you know, just because the getting started box happens to be up here, like that's the interesting thing about the free code camp and also the headspace is that they've kind of built parts of like showing you the sequence of steps. Then that is also the navigation tool that allows you to move through the sequence of steps. So,
And to learn, yeah.
so totally. And I think, you know, even though, as I think I'm proposing, we all focus on this chunk, yeah, like how, you know, I think that there isn't like a hard guideline of like, you know, exactly how far you go, right?
Yeah.
It's just that the key thing needs to come back to,
Okay.
you know, the developer is, or the potential user is understanding the value. So if that's like, you know, you could make the argument that finding the project that's got, anyway, but we shouldn't tie ourselves into many knots.
No, that sounds good. So the way we're dividing it up is we're not really dividing it up, are we? We're all kind of taking a crack at how the developers understand how they're going to benefit.
Yeah.
That can include anything. That can include anything from like the landing page of AV to them, you know, enticing them to click some page for benefits.
Right.
Potentially, and then like after sign up.
A little bit of how they might get remunerated at some point. Yeah. Yeah, I'm okay then.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think we're looking at that point from which they've landed on the AgileVentures page until, you know, there's some transition event. And I think what we're hoping is that we'll have an explanation of, you know, why they would want to go for this transition event, whether it's signing up for the membership or signing up for the premium or what have you.
Do you think premium's in scope or just free?
I mean, I think, but well, you know, it's
Could be.
Yeah. I think that's at the periphery, like whether we go that far. I mean, the key thing is that the starting, I think we would all be designing based on the starting point is that they've landed on the site, and they then, oh gosh, yeah, they then go through some sequence of interactions that leaves them in a state that they're convinced of the value, and then that hopefully leads to some sort of commitment event.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just thinking about, I mean, it doesn't have to be, you know, we could be saying, oh, the best way to convince people about this thing is to get them listening to a podcast, or, you know, that it should be some sort of interactive dance performance, or, you know, I guess it doesn't.
It could be a video of you.
Yes.
Stroking my beard in a persuasive fashion. Indeed. But I think any of those mechanisms that we, you know, I guess whatever it was would be us putting stuff on the website for people to find it. I mean, it could be, I mean, like the thing that Lokesh was just talking about, you know, it could be people, we could be running like events, like hack weekends, you know, right. And saying that that's the, you know, having people take part in a hack weekend face to face would be the best way of doing it. Or I think ideally we allow it shouldn't necessarily be restricted to the website, but I guess, is it true that anything that we do is going to at least, even if we're inviting them to a hack day, it's got to be there's going to be a website that they go to sign up for it, right?
Right.
Well, I think people are free to, because
Use their imaginations, right?
I think we got enough guidance. At least I do.
Cool.
Does everybody else feel like they're comfortable?
So it's
when
fairly open
when we
ended.
come back to start sketching things on their own?
It's fairly open ended.
Well, yeah, I like it that way, but maybe we got a starting event and then an ending event is some sort of commitment.
Right. So it could be a video of Sam with a capybara.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, and so there's this kind of structured process for the sketching, which involves us,
Right.
like, we're supposed to be,
All right.
do 20 minutes specifically where we don't start sketching, that we just reflecting on all of the materials that we generated so far and taking notes. And then we spend 20 minutes privately jotting down rough ideas. And then there's this crazy eights thing where we take and then like the solution sketch. But it basically, the rest of the day involves us doing this and kind of not talking to each other. I think apart from, points of procedure and order and clarification, like we're supposed to be coming up with our solution sketches, the storyboards, independently of each other.
Yeah, so when we come back, we'll do, if it's all right, with these 20 minutes of notes, put the timer for 20 minutes, silently do our notes, 20 minutes of ideas, 8 minutes of crazy eights.
So the idea that we're not talking to each other is so that, for instance, I don't pollute all your minds and we don't come back with things involving capybaras.
I think that's the idea.
Ruling the universe.
I think it's also that we like, as we're developing each of these things, we very specific. Like we've got this process. It's not that we shouldn't be polluting each other's minds. We've already done that through talking to each other for a day and a half. But it's more that as we're in the process of developing each idea, we should avoid them being shot down by each other prematurely.
Right.
So we're able to take, bring our own idea to fruition, and then we end up with 4 independent ideas that have been developed somewhat independently, and we leave off any kind of critiquing of them until tomorrow.
Free of the tyranny of Sam.
Which is, of course, the worst kind of tyranny.
Working alone together is what we're doing.
Yeah, and then you could almost say like we'll turn off the hangout. We don't need the hangout. I think what we need the hangout and the coordination for is just to keep us on time. Because like if we're doing independently, accidentally I end up doing we start doing different tasks, or we fail to keep to this sort of time thing.
Yeah. All right.
So should we come back? Should we have a 10-minute break? And come back at this, that would be that like this start time, that gives us an extra half an hour, and maybe we even able to finish early today. Or start talking about tomorrow.
12 minutes. 12 minutes will put us at 9:30.
Yeah. Should we'll have a 12-minute break now and cool.
Right.
I think that's the break. Beep. I'll speak to you in 11 or 12. Nice one. Hello. I don't know about anyone else. My beverage schedule is all. I'm a bit
Hello.
confused. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I think I'm confused about that. I normally have quite a regimented, coffee
So
cafe.
how did you do the designs for an NHS if you only had less than 2 people?
I had 2 people. I had myself as a facilitator, and I had the other guy as the deciders delegate.
And there was nobody else that was like dedicated for the week.
Nobody else was dedicated for the week, but we had like 15, 20 people who were like expert interviews.
Yeah.
So it was kind of, I mean, I had to bend it sort of all out of shape, really, from the key thing.
So everybody wanted to come in and say their little piece, but they didn't want to.
People were not.
They weren't allowed to be part of the team or whatever. Like,
I think there was this sense that everybody was extraordinarily busy, saving people's lives and stuff, and doing the other support work that helps other people to save lives. And I think it was quite a step forward. I managed to convince them to get this one person dedicated to me for actually a number of one whole week, and then lots more stuff afterwards. And I think that's maybe what got us the contract, was the idea that we were going to kind of like really work with them to work. And they're really big on phone calls, so there was like loads of phone calls with different people. I mean, it's a huge, as I say, it's a super tanker. It's one of the largest organizations in the UK, running healthcare for the entire country. So you have to kind of adapt to them, really. But I think they really liked the process, and I think fingers crossed for the next time around, when I suggest saying, well, let's get more of these people involved, for longer and what have you, then hopefully my opinion will carry some more. So, Matt, do you want to explain the steps, or are we all good? Yeah, let's review the steps.
Yeah, so we're gonna do 20 minutes of notes where we just look at our documents and let's see, especially look at go back and look at the main goal and the questions, and just take some notes however you like to yourself, to remind yourself of things. So that's 20 minutes, then 20 minutes of ideas, where we just, again, silently to ourselves, jot down ideas. And then 8 minutes of crazy eights, which I'll have to, maybe Sam, you can lead that, because I don't remember exactly how you do that. And then after that, we do the sketching for the rest of the time. Another 45 minutes or something, or more. So the first thing is we're going to put 20 minutes on the timer for everybody to look at the documents. Okay, is everybody clear on notes for 20 minutes, then ideas for 20 minutes, then crazy eights, then sketching? Okay. We'll start now then, and So they suggest they use the word greatest hits too. That's a good word to see what you see that really strikes you.
Oh, one thing to mention is we're not required to share the notes that we make now. That's like, yeah, it's all private. And I guess, in fact, is even the things that we like, the little doodles now and crazy eights and so on, they don't have to be shared. It's only our, we're going to build up to drawing something that will be shared.
And they suggest the first thing, copy down the long-term goal. I'm going to do that just to write it myself.
What do we have to make the notes about specifically?
I think you could be doing it on pen and paper locally. You could open a text editor or Word, or you could create it in a Google Doc. I think whatever is most easy and comfortable for you. I might spend some time on paper, actually.
And what should be the notes about?
The notes on what we're doing, like I think we could start with like a piece of paper that just you write down the long-term goal at the top of it, and then the thing is to kind of go through all of the questions that we have, and then the diagrams that we have, and now the sketches, the sort of micro sketches that we have. You're not required to make any notes. You could just sort of look at it and I think, think about them. It's just, I think that they're saying, have this period to reflect on everything we've done so far. And lots of people like to make notes on that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah, they're trying to put a process around making these sketches,
right,
rather than just diving into sketching. Almost done. Like a minute or two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, timer just went beep beep.
Yep. Anybody need more time, or is it okay for the notes? That's pretty good. I started having some good ideas.
Great.
Good.
So you can talk us through the next, what's going to happen next, Matt?
Sure. So now it's time to switch to idea mode. We're going to start fill a sheet with doodles, sample headlines, diagrams, stick figures, anything. They won't be shared. Don't worry about what it looks like. So this is like a preliminary to the forming our sketches. So, you know, we're gonna, at the end, it says we're gonna take a few minutes to circle our favorite ones. So just keep that in mind. But that's all to yourselves, you know, you're not gonna show anybody which ones you circled or. So if that's okay with everybody, we'll do another 20 minutes.
Right, so 20 minutes doodling then.
Lokesh following along?
Sorry, say again, Michael?
Is Lokesh following along? I noticed he's muted. He's not saying anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you right
yeah.
there, Lokesh?
Yeah, actually, I'm troubleshooting. I'm not able to see the screen you are sharing.
At the moment, you don't need to see the screen that's being shared. It's not showing anything in particular. Were you able to review the, you know, like the last 20 minutes that we just did? You were
Yeah.
looking at the different diagrams on your own, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were able to do that. There's kind of nothing to see on my screen. Can you see the other? Matt's also sharing his screen. Can you see that?
No.
No. So I think, as we saw last week, you might need to drop out and come back into the Hangout.
Yeah.
So
So you were talking about that we have to circle something, right?
Well, what we were talking about is that this next thing is now just we're drawing ourselves. There is a diagram that might be helpful. Do you want to come in and out of the Hangout and let's see if you can see the screen share?
Yeah, I can see that.
Oh, you can see now? Great.
Yeah.
So, do you see this diagram? You see the diagram?
Sorry, it stuck. The screen got stuck again. Okay, I will reload the.
Okay, yeah, reload the Hangout. I think Matt and Michael, if you want to just start on this, because I think you both understand the next section, right?
Yeah.
We're just supposed to like doodle ideas and like
Yeah, just doing.
Yeah, I think that now with the idea that it's like there's specifically solutions to this problem of how do we have people understand the value proposition. I think the other thing that I came out of thinking about is it's like, you know, part of understanding the value proposition is also understanding the value of premium, but that's just me. Anyway, okay, Lokesh, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've just done this first step, gathering key info notes for 20 minutes. And now we're on Doodle Rough Solutions. So that's just, we're going to start, you know, again, you can be doing it in Google Docs in your, you know, I've been doing my notes just on pieces of paper here. So up to you what you do it in. But so now we move from taking notes to starting to sketch possible solutions. You understand? And then Matt was saying, yeah, at the end, the idea is we like circle for ourselves the ones that we like the best. But it's the key thing is just that you spend 20 minutes kind of drawing things that you might think are parts of interface or experience that would help people understand the value of the AgileVentures process.
Okay.
All right.
Great. So that'll be like 20 after.
Yeah, I'll put the timer on.
Put on right now. It'll be exactly 20 after.
Yep. The timer is running. I'll find some more paper.
Hi, I just have a question.
Mhm.
So previously also we discussed some ideas. So right now that the ideas we are discussing, should they be like they can be integrated into our product, or what sort of ideas should we?
Yeah, it could be an idea for a completely new product. It could be that fits into the existing one. I think at the moment it's just like doodle rough sketches. So it's like just, I mean, I'll read what they say here. Now that everyone has a pile of notes, it's time to switch into idea mode. In this step, each person will jot down rough ideas, filling a sheet of paper with doodles, sample headlines, diagrams, stick figures, doing stuff, anything that gives form to his or her thoughts. I guess Matt read that before. It doesn't matter if they're messy and complete. It's just a scratch pad. It's just, this is kind of like a brain warm up thing. So it could, like, you could be just imagining like something that combines, you know, like the GitHub contribution chart with a, you know, interactive video. It doesn't have to be connected to our existing product yet, or it doesn't have to be coherent. It's just like a random stuff, you know, and sort of warming up with playing with the ideas is the idea, I think.
Okay, thanks.
That helps. Yeah. Here's the text on that. Because your ideas might look like this or they might not. As long as you're writing things down, you're on the right track.
Yeah, that's what I found key. If you stop writing, just start doodling and
great picture of your rubber duck there, Matt. Excellent.
Talk to it if you need to. Put yourself on mute.
Sam, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do we also invite charities which doesn't pay us?
Can you say, you said, do we also invite charities that don't pay us? Sorry, say it again.
Yeah.
It depends what you, I mean, at the moment, AgileVentures does work for some charities that don't pay. They do it on a pro bono basis.
Okay.
So the timer just went.
Okay. So everybody should take 3 minutes to review and circle your favorite ideas. So that'll be like 23 after. We'll start with the next Crazy Eights stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe it can be parts of your idea, just pieces, maybe. I guess you can circle anything.
I'm just going to step away for a minute.
All right. Michael, are you still there? We haven't. Just want to make sure everybody's here when we start the next. You're on mute if you're there. Oh, okay, you're there. I guess you're in silent mode. You're in silent mode. Oh, okay. He's not his MacBook, so doesn't have speaker, I guess, or microphone. So we're just gonna wait for Sam, and then we're gonna start Crazy Eights. You might want to get a blank piece of paper for this next part and fold it. We're gonna fold the paper, I guess, into 8 pieces. Oh, okay, he's on the mobile. So I think it would help if everybody got a blank piece of paper. Fold it in half 3 times so that you have 8 panels. I shall demonstrate. All right, Michael's done. So I guess you fold in half. Lengthwise.
Sorry, my wife grabbed me to do the errand. Okay. How are you all doing?
Good, we're just getting ready for Crazy Eights. So I told people to get a piece of paper and do the fold in half 3 times. If I did it right. Yeah, I got 8 squares. Let's see what it says. Take your strongest ideas and rapidly sketch 8 variations in 8 minutes. Go fast and be messy. It works best when you sketch several variations of the same idea. And add some writing to it if you can.
All right.
All right, I think I get it.
There's a diagram here from like their coffee example. So I guess I'm ready to go. What about you, Matt and Lokesh?
Yeah. Yeah, Michael's on his mobile, so he can't talk. But I think he's ready. He said he was ready.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, it's 8 minutes for this then. Lokesh, are you okay?
Do we have to make a variation for every idea?
No, I think they're saying it's better if you just take one idea and do, 8 variations.
As many as you can. Yeah.
But it's still, this is sort of like, it's just trying to kind of loosen our brains up. I think you can do whatever feels right. I'm probably going to focus on one idea, but you could do 2 ideas and have 4 on each, or
Yeah, I might do 4 and 4 because I'm not settled on which one.
So do you feel ready, Lokesh? Have you got the paper ready?
Yeah.
And I guess should we not wait for Michael to check in? And
I said he's ready. He's on his mobile, but so he can't talk, but he's there and he's ready. He IM'd me.
Okay, yeah, no, I thought he's on his mobile. He's on his mobile talking to someone else, or just his mobile doesn't have audio.
He's just in his mobile and it doesn't have audio apparently. He says, "I am ready."
Okay. Oh well, then I guess we're ready to go. I'll
Yeah.
put a timer on for 8 minutes.
But 8 minutes.
So I guess 1 minute per sketch.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Ah.
We're half done, so you should have done ideally 4 or so. Give your favorite ones catchy titles. So. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the next section. Don't worry about the titles.
Very good.
Okay, sorry.
So the time has just gone for the crazy eights.
Great. Is everybody okay?
I have my
Yeah.
8.
Yeah, I got mine. Michael, you type in if you're okay. You're
Yeah.
done? Oh, he's there.
I only managed to make 4.
Not to worry, that's all right. How about you, Michael? You okay?
I did like 5 or quality ones, I guess. Kind of a couple that were shitty. So
That's
Well, I think, well, Matt, you're saying the next thing we should do is give names to the ones, give names to them.
yeah, the next thing is do these sketches. It should ideally be 3-panel storyboards. The storyboard format.
Right, and this is the, you know, effectively the rest of the day today is now on creating the storyboards. So, and since are we kind of ahead of schedule? It seems like if Michael and Lokesh wanted some more time to get 8 sketches, I think we could give them that if they wanted, or even set a timer for them. I mean, I think part of the idea of the Crazy Eights is to be just to trying to frantically create variations under time pressure.
I ran out of ideas.
Yeah, but yeah, and So maybe, so for Michael, you wouldn't derive much value from trying to generate another 3.
I mean, I did generate some. They're just not high quality. Like, I think I kind of messed up with part of
I think
earlier in the process. I felt like I drew very kind of
Well, mine are really messy.
like almost detailed things. They were kind of elaborate.
Sure. No, well, I think if you have something, yeah, there's lots of room for polishing and improving and so on. But that's I'd say, yeah, that you did good. Lokesh, do you feel like you want to do more? You ran out of time. How do you feel?
I wasn't able to think more variations of the same idea.
Okay. Did you want more time to try, or you're happy to leave it there?
Yeah, I think I can try. Maybe you can give me 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. So should we give? I guess let's let Lokesh focus for 2 more minutes on other things. And
Yeah, give 2 or 3 minutes on the timer, and so because it should be kind of fast.
Yeah, and with the rest of us can kind of reflect and get ready for the next stage.
I'm gonna get my next Nutrisystem package.
The next what do you want?
That's my diet I'm on.
Oh, okay.
I eat sometimes.
Right. Cool.
I'll be right back.
Sure. Hey, Lokesh, that time has gone again now. Was that useful time?
Yeah, I managed to do all of them, but I'm not sure if I did the right thing.
I think there is no right thing. If you did something, you did the right thing. And even if you did nothing, that's okay too. So, yeah, right. We're into this. It's the final. I guess it's the final activity on day 2.
Okay, so when we do these sketches, I'm just thinking we should decide how to do it because they're supposed to be anonymous. So what I was planning on doing was doing it on paper, scanning it, but I mean, well, now I said what I'm doing, but
Well, so it's what they say in the, in the face-to-face sprint is it's like try and everybody use the same color of paper and the same black pens, and then the sketches are all going to get put up on the wall, and then, the kind of idea is that the anonymity of the ideas helps with the critiquing them, because we're not identifying the ideas with a particular person and thinking, oh no, if I criticize this one, this person's going to get upset, or what have you. It's I guess we could all do it on paper and sketch it and then scan it, and then that in principle, since we don't really know each other's handwriting very well, that will probably be, if we all use black pens on on white paper, then that would be reasonably anonymous. We could also just try to do it in the Google Doc. When you're writing it, it's kind of, you can maybe mouse over and see who it is. But I mean, we could all be working, ultimately get our stuff into a Google Doc drawing, and then, tomorrow we copy over all of our stuff into one shared doc, and then it's not going to be obvious who did which one necessarily. I guess it's a question of what people prefer.
I guess the second one. But
I prefer the first one, but I don't know.
Lokesh, what would you prefer?
Paper, but
Lokesh, you're muted.
Could you repeat?
Yeah. So we're now going to we're going to sketch a storyboard now, which is kind of like our design idea. I wonder if I've got an example here. Yeah. So this is an example here that someone's done. So this is, I think, from the coffee website. That's an example in the book, and they call this the Henry Ford is the name of it here. And you can see that what they've got is one big piece of paper, and then they've got 3 smaller pieces of paper kind of showing the experience with some notes around the edge to show what the user does. So it's kind of like, you can see here, this is like the top part of a web page, and then there's a button people can click, or they could just scroll down and it takes them to this part of the web page. And then if they click there, they end up on this. So then they've got, here was another one by somebody else, maybe. But so we're saying, should we all do this on paper like this and scan them in and then share them, or should we try and all put them into Google Docs and then share them like that? And I think Mike was saying he probably prefers the Google Docs approach, and Matt was saying maybe on paper and scanning it. And I wondered what you would prefer, Lokesh, for designing your solution.
I think Google Docs will be a nice idea.
Would be good for you. I guess there's nothing in principle, Matt, to stop us drawing on paper and then converting to Google Docs. Although, I mean, we've got what time is it? I mean, in principle, basically
do that tonight if we're gonna have it ready for tomorrow. I want to do my stuff on paper because I feel more creative.
Sure. I think absolutely. And we've got kind of 2 hours and 10 minutes left of the time that we allocated today for the sprint.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess what we you know, if we do decide that ultimately the way that we will share them is Google Docs, we don't want to be pushing you in a situation where, I mean, you might have wanted now to spend 2 hours on a paper version and then not have to do anything afterwards in terms of converting it.
That's my preference, but not if other people are going to work on. They're already planning on working on docs, and they'd have to convert to paper and have to redraw it on a piece of paper, I suppose.
Which is also possible. The other thing is that in the background, and it's usually the facilitator, but we're supposed to start recruiting people who are going to like what we're doing now is we're drawing designs for the prototype that we're going to build on Thursday and then test with real people on Friday. So we need to be moving towards recruiting those people to be available for testing on Friday. Michael, were you thinking that you would do the sketching like in the Google Doc as a way to sort of avoid needing to be on paper?
I might do it a little bit on paper
first, and then move it off. I get. Well, you were preferring the Google Doc as the mechanism for sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah.
It's
Well,
just you
go
can
on,
trace it onto paper, then it's going to take me quite a while to transfer. I know. I mean, I can do it. It's just going to be a little bit of a pain because I feel like I can represent more on paper. I might lose something when I convert to the doc, and
that's also.
Well, you can do free mode drawing in docs.
Oh,
You don't have
to know which one was me.
What?
Then you probably know which one was me. If it's all.
Well, any of us might use free mode. I think that probably the thing to do is to allocate the amount of time that we'll spend on it, right? And so, you know,
because I don't think it'll take me more than an hour to do the freehand.
Right. I mean, I would probably plan to start on paper as well, as like Michael was saying. I would say let's, you know, I mean, I think if we don't mandate and we say, you know, it can be a sketched one, or it can be a Google Doc, or it can, I think it should be whatever is most comfortable. And, you know, if we have 2 scanned ones and 2 Google Docs, it doesn't obviously mean that one is each other. And at the end of the day, we will find out ultimately whose is whose. And I think we're all kind of
right. Yeah, obvious.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we should probably do is just get started on, you know, and probably focus on making the best storyboards that we can, and then we'll share it either via Google Docs or by, because even if we have a scan, we'll just stick that in Google Docs. So that's what I propose.
So we're aiming for basically 3 frames, and what the user does between each frame and then the name.
Yes, that
annotated text. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I mean this. I don't know if we're being.
They also did a detail frame.
Yeah. So each sketch will be a 3-panel storyboard drawn on sticky notes showing what your customers see as they interact with your product or service. We like this form because product services are more like movies than snapshots. Yeah, customers move through your solution like actors in a scene. Your solution has to move right along with them. And we usually use the 3-panel format, but there are exceptions. You know, sometimes it's a single page, but. So I think these are the important notes though, right? Make it self-explanatory. Like the idea is that people are going to encounter it and you're not going to be there to explain how or why it works. I think in kind of a simulation of, you know, we're expecting the user to have an unguided experience. They're not going to have a, well, I mean, of course you could come up with a, yeah, I don't know, I think it should be self-explanatory. I mean, maybe some of us are thinking of like, having every new user greeted with an individual person who's going to talk to them. But anyway, they say ugly is okay, but words matter. So it's just like try and put the real words that we would have in there, not just like blah 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 blah. And yeah, give it a catchy title is then for the main thing. So they have this second. What was the second?
Detail of the coffee sprint. They did a detail of the page where you select what kind of drinker you are or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing here. You see my screen, Matt?
Yeah, that's the 3-panel, and then
Okay.
they also did it.
And then this is actually then the same. This is like the same thing, but
Oh,
expressed as a single panel.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I think what they're saying there is, ultimately the format is up to us individually. Like if Michael, you're inspired by the 3-panel thing, fantastic. If that's the way that you think most effectively will convey your idea, fantastic. But if you think like a single static thing will do that better, choose that. So I think it's kind of up to us. I don't think we need to mandate a particular approach. Lokesh, have you got any questions?
So Sam, I'm also looking for having dinner, which will take about 15 minutes.
Uh-huh.
So
Sure.
when will be a good time? It can be delayed like for half an hour or something.
Well, I guess that sort of depends. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking of working for the next 90 minutes on my sketch, and I'm assuming that I get that to the state that I want to, and then I might go to join my family for supper. But yeah, I don't know, it might be quite late where you are. I think if you need to eat, then I would say, kind of you could nip off and eat now. I don't think that we all in exact parallel. What do you say, Matt? Like, I think it's important that we keep the Hangout running and
Hangout running minutes, and that'll let. Hopefully, people will use that time. But if they have to do other things, I think that's.
Yeah, I think if you have to, I would say probably for you, Lokesh, why don't you, if you need to go eat now and come back when you're ready. And for me, because I want to put I'm going to start now, but we'll be here for like, any questions that come up or what have you. Again, the idea is that we're not showing what we're doing to each other yet, and that then we're all going to look at it tomorrow. Does that make sense, Lokesh?
Yeah. So are you saying that we will run the timer and I can adjust the time in between?
I mean, I think here, I mean, it doesn't make so much sense to have the timer because we've basically got another 2 hours, and this timer only lets me set, like if I go above an hour, it's, so the timer is less important because we don't have any other activities after that activity. This is the last activity today, so it's basically the remaining time that you have. So you go and eat for half an hour, come back, spend an hour and a half on your design. That's great. I'm probably going to spend an hour and a half now, and then I'll go away and eat for half an hour. But so the key thing is that, before we start tomorrow, we need to have our, whether it's a scan of the paper or a Google Doc or what have you, it needs to be ready in our day 3 document by tomorrow.
Where's the link
Okay.
to the day 3 document?
I don't know that it's been yet.
Okay, I can. Before the end of the 90 minutes, I'll create a day 3 document that we can all do. And I'll put it on the Slack for.
But
That's good if you keep the Hangout open for
Yeah, I'll keep the Hangout open for the next 2 hours, and we'll use it as a shared space to get this done in. And any question, I guess, for Lokesh, is what we're trying to make clear.
Yeah.
The product is clear. Okay, great. So are we all happy to get started with this final activity for
Yeah, so we have to make it in Google Docs, right?
Well, what we said was you can start on paper.
Okay.
You know, and if you want to just scan it and put the photo of it into Google Docs tomorrow, that's okay. If you want to convert it into actual Google Doc, you know, that's okay too.
Okay.
I think whatever allows you to work most efficiently to get your proposed solution across.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are on the hour. Shall we begin, do you think, Matt?
Yeah, that's great. We're right on the hour. So 2 hours from now, we'll just have to hang out there. And I'll have that doc out shortly.
Fantastic. Great stuff. Okay, time to get designing. Damn it. That's not good.
So it's been an hour.
It has. How are you doing?
I think I'm basically done at this point.
Done with the paper sketch and the Google thing?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I have my paper sketch and I'm kind of in the process of transferring it into a Google Doc. I'm probably going to spend another half an hour on it. Yeah, great work.
Doing little touch-ups and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not like a great artist, so.
I don't know that any of us are.
Oh. Probably Matthew is.
Maybe we will discover tomorrow if he scans his original diagram in. Yeah, to be interesting. I mean, if the Google Docs will make it look too polished, I mean, we just try and see. Funny thing is, it seems to be easier to get more detail. I mean, I switched over to an A3 sheet. I feel like it's easier to get more.
Something with how like white the Google Doc looks.
Oh yeah.
Looks funny if you're trying to do like detailed grays and things or something.
Yeah. I find I get a lot. Changing the colors improves it. I think it's also something about the resolution that you end up viewing it on.
So once Matt, I guess I can't hear you.
Yeah, what's up?
Once Matt puts up the Google Doc for day 3, then we can transfer, and we should be able to just like literally cut and paste out of one Google Doc to another.
Yeah. Yeah, I think even as a document, if you take a drawing and then you copy paste that into a thing, it'll just embed the drawing in the document.
Okay.
How you
Yeah.
doing, Matt? You right?
Oh yeah, I posted the doc in the Slack.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So I'm kind of preoccupied with something else. So I think I'm gonna finish mine tonight, but I won't look at the doc until.
Sure.
So,
Sure thing.
yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it. I'll probably sign out in a minute. Everything's fine. I just gotta.
Sure. Sometimes you got to deal with stuff. Yeah. Well, I think we've done the crucial work that we needed to do together today. Michael's saying he's done his thing. Lokesh and I are both transferring our stuff into the doc. So yeah, we'll catch up with you later. I guess we'll maybe try and coordinate. We maybe try and chat about how we're going to recruit people for Friday as well at some point.
When are you going to chat
I
about
can do a
that?
little bit of that. I'm just kind of, my mind isn't on anything intense at the moment. Focused, you know.
Yeah,
But
if you need to go now, just go, man. That's no problem. Michael,
I don't have to go. I'm just saying I can't
you can't get stuff. Sure.
focus at the moment on anything like design. But I could type, try to recruit.
Well, it's an interesting question about. I mean, I guess it's the targets. I mean, we've sort of picked the target event is people arriving, and the target customer is, people who are interested to learn more about agile, various tech stacks while giving back to charities. So, in principle, yeah, I mean, we could be recruiting through Google AdWords, like Michael was suggesting. I don't know if that.
I know one friend who might be interested. He's kind of a curmudgeon. He'll may say everything, but maybe that's good.
Laura was saying she's got there's the developers at her, the place where she's working, and they're all people who don't know AgileVentures, and I think also in principle people who've just signed up. We could recruit on Slack, and people who've just signed up, we could be showing them the new thing. They're kind of self-selected people who were interested in and did sign up with our existing system. So it's, I think, perfectly valid to be testing, with them. It would be nice to throw some other people who were just, out there. I'm sort of thinking of it as people, that it should appeal. We're trying to appeal more to the junior dev side of things than the massively experienced people. We're not saying come in and mentor and give back. It's about, but could be.
Yeah, that's one of my things on.
Yeah.
But you're right.
But I think probably the thing to do is maybe we should just in Slack, in the background, brainstorm in the design sprint channel about where we can source people. There's also the question of giving them a reward for contributing. I was thinking we could give them a free premium membership for a month or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's $100 in the book, but those are profit.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, let's take that offline. I mean, I should really try and finish my diagram before I go into family supper. But yeah, let's coordinate in Slack about the plans for recruiting testers.
Give them an hour of face-to-face with Sam.
There you go. That would be another.
Value.
For which the charge is sort of $100. Yeah. I mean, we could offer them all sorts. Anyway, let's take that on Slack.
Okay. So I think I'll cut out, but I'll be on Slack.
Cool.
Actually,
All
I'll
right.
just leave this up.
Catch you later. Good stuff.
I'll leave this up, but I probably won't be doing any more work.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Okay.
Bye for now.
Bye. Actually, I'm going to cut out. Okay, bye.
No problem. Bye for now.
Sam, I'm in the process of converting these into the Google Docs.
Hey, yeah, me too. Is it all going okay?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm in the process of converting these sketches to the Google Docs.
I heard that. I'm saying, and it's going okay?
Yeah.
Great. Right. Well, I think I've got a version of my paper document in
the doc.
in a Google Doc, not the Google Doc. I mean, I might leave that actually moving it over until tomorrow. I feel like in some ways my paper thing is slightly better. But yeah, I've come up on time for a family supper, which I sort of said I was going to miss this evening on the basis that we might need another half an hour. But it will make my whole evening much more straightforward. Well, because otherwise I like don't get supper, or I have to like grab something somewhere and eat. And I think
they can't just leave you leftover or something.
Well, they can, but then I've got to take my kids out, so I can't eat the food while I'm driving, and then I've got to end up eating the leftover in the like church hall where my kids have their activities.
Tupperware and stuff.
Right. It's all doable. It's less appealing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, how you were done like half an hour ago, right, Michael? You just been tweaking stuff.
Yeah. Mine's pretty crappy, but it is what it is.
Things always are what they are. Like, I guess unless they're not what they are. Well, anyway, I guess what I'll do, I'll leave the hangout running. I'll be coming back to shut it down in like half an hour, which is the nominal 6 hours.
I'll probably be gone once I hang out.
Yeah. Lokesh, are you still working? Or there?
Yeah, I'm just doing the. I'm doing
you're moving it into the Google document. Yeah.
So we have to, just paste it into the day 3 document, right? Before tomorrow.
Yeah, or even, I mean, the way I've ended up doing it is I've got like text that sits outside but even if we just share the different links to it, I don't know that the link automatically. Yeah, I mean, we can work it out tomorrow. If it's, I would leave off trying to move the things into a single document. It may just be easier to look at them in the form that they're in. Experiment with putting it into a document if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, I've definitely got something. I don't know if it'll make sense to anybody. All right. Well, I will check in half an hour, and definitely see you all tomorrow. Yeah, let's chat about how we best recruit. What are they called? Testers in Slack.
Okay.
All right. Bye for now. Logish, I will check back in half an hour just in case you need anything. Yeah. Bye for now.